Finish up. You've been activated.
All right. I'm just drunk enough to think this is a good idea.
Trapped in a pen, I got a bright future.
Let's find this one.
That's why these levels in the booth I keep consistent. I bring presents to a tune that means I'm gifted. That's why when I spit I'm getting wrapping paper like it's Christmas.
I keep memories of the past but only look towards the future. Don't play like
Is this some kind of test? Guys? Guys?
I never show respect to a man that's only gangster on computer. That I'm slacking out to let them know I'm caught up in this graph, they have to get the dough. I'm still the same me, but feeling like I'm getting old. So now I have to move a little more professional and really get involved. I got these rappers playing catch up. I'm on form, team of the week, I got me stats up. Late night drive until the pack's done. I no kip, I'm thinking thank this is the last run, cause I'm done. Then I'm heading back to gaff. Got myself a candy pack, got myself an head, and now I'm cabbage lad. Still I'm writing bases after bases, bro, it's back to back. Got a couple EPs in the works, I'm trying to find lad. Cause now I realise I got the power and the papers. I remember we was always getting Legos off the jacks. Took that yellow van, I'll never let them get me in the back. I keep memories of the past but only look towards the future. You don't play like that, stay active, always heading straight towards the ruler. I see enough people switch up, they ain't the money like they used to. I never show respect to a man that's only gangster on computer. Any job I wanted done, I had to do it myself. Kept it on the DL, you don't know who you can tell. These rats are always looking for a raise. We get fun until I'm blazed. Every day money coming different ways. Flip this haze, then I'm pulling up the stage. Need to get away, book the flight for a couple days. When I'm home, it's back to action. Now these customers are waiting. It's not no fair debate, I've got good that needs plating. I save it like a waiter, cause this money needs making. It won't come, it needs chasing. So I'm up until it's late. Seeing ponies with the flake while I'm ducking from the bacon. As if they want me plates, don't wanna pull me for the data. Cuff me and restrain me, then put me in the station. Put me in a cage with a bookie and a basin. But fuck being in jail, I've got a son that needs raising. I keep memories of the past but only look towards the future. Don't play like that, stay active.
You're in. Now find the thing.
Bollocks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever.
Someone better run diagnostics on this. Dipshit.
You're needed. Can you...
Shh. Let's do it.
The thing you're after is around here.
Why is this deactivated? Shit for brains.
I'll back you up.
Bloody no!
Did you catch that? Got them now.
There it is. You can hack in from there. Transfer complete.
Leave right now.
Keep fucking moving.
What was that?
Hell yes. Thank you.
No, it was the moving guy who was in the other thing.
I don't want trouble.
Increase the volume, team. Yo. Big shot. It's another one. They said 1 and 1 is 2. That was me and you. But we ain't stuck like.
Anyone looking to make a little money? Come on and place your bet. Want to make things more interesting? Come and check out my eyes. Wait, you. You're brave, ain't you? Come on, take a chance. You never know. Tough adventure, nothing gained. You're interested? You want to place in some casual bets? Anyone? Or you? Come on over. Let's have a chat. Come on.
girl can get addicted to this much power.
Stupid fucker!
Big for my boots, kick up the you. Man, know that I kick up the you. Them boy there try to suck the truth. How dare you to suck the truth? No good, getting way too big for your boots. You're never too big for the boot. I got the big size toes to my feet. Your face ain't big for my boots. Kick up the you. Man, know that I kick up the you. Them boy there try to suck the truth. How dare you to suck the truth? Wanna come round here like a bad boy, do it. One of the talking, go on and do it. Running through the party, bottle of Bacardi, rolls in my ear, saying spoon, don't do it. Devil on my shoulder, I don't lack. Hitting with a walk, I don't scrap. Even when I'm sober, I'm so gassy, right? But there's no car and no match. What you talk about? Down, stand down. Never had a mirror story, bitch. You were never bad then, you ain't bad now. Never had them, and then look, you back down. Wait, I feel bad.
You found the place.
That's it. I'm looking for him.
I'll look this way.
You found it. Now find some way to destroy it. I thought you'd just smash it to bits, but you smashed the bits to bits.
Doing a sweep of the premises. Drone, perform a search.
All's well here. You won't stop!
Watch it burn down and leave. If you know what it's like to be reckless, you and I, we can fight us against the world. Now waste on your like a necklace. In the past, love is such an old father and frustrated. Less than nights and patience. Stay with me.
just minding my business here.
Right, this is the place.
Disturbance detected. Investigation on.
Located the CTOS hub. Done.
Investigating disturbance. Disturbance detected. Continuing the investigation.
Here we are. Good place for some art. Hell yeah! This looks fantastic.
We've done all we can in Southwark and it's paying off. We've just had a heads up. Says she's been hacking Albion's servers, ballsy, and she's found information that we might use to cripple Albion's operations. Better see what she knows.
Cheers.
Now there's a statement. The whole borough of Southwark will see this and know someone is sticking it to Albion. I like the direction you took with this one.
Beautiful, Bagley.
They're turning on us.
I bet she don't even have family.
Oh, that bloody noise!
This place stirs up old memories.
Oh, hi. Are you with... Oh, how do I put this? I recently reached out to some people who... Fuck. This is impossible.
You need to calm down. I'm with DedSec.
Shite. That's a relief. Can't be too careful, right? With them Albion wankers. But you... I don't know if you understand how much people appreciate what you've done in Southwark.
Cheers.
Well, get this. I've done a little bit of hacking myself, right? Real quiet. Don't dig too deep or they might have caught on, but guess what I found? Albion's Global Information Centre is right here in London. Global! You understand? Everything's run out of there. Coordinated, like operations, tactical, whatever. Even finances. The sheer amount of data is... The server banks needed to manage all this shite are huge.
So if we disrupt their information centre here, we muck up their operations internationally. I'm in. Where do we go?
Christ, can't believe this is actually happening. Okay, it's all in Nexus Tower. Do this, and it'll really rally the Borough DedSec.
This is a huge opportunity to really stick it to Albion. Not just here, but everywhere they operate. Everywhere they're stomping on human rights.
The server floor is accessed by elevator, and seeing how this is pretty much Albion's global war room, expect heavy security.
Welcome to Nexus Tower.
They could be any. Security systems off again.
Stay sharp. Search.
What's all this?
You can't win. Stand down.
Cease and desist, or you will be restrained. Investigation. Surrender yourself. Failure to comply will result in extreme measures. Halt! Failure to comply will result in forceful intervention. Hostile target.
You!
Shots fired!
I need support at my location.
And no human zone. How refreshing. So clean, so organised, so peaceful. They follow strict environmental controls in the server silos. Luckily, you can take control over the maintenance drones.
The easiest way to completely scramble their information center would be to cause a surge in the power core.
So, what do we do?
They use high-capacity battery banks to ensure backup power. If you can find one, simply drop it in the core and that'll do it.
I'll see what I can get my hands on. That's it. Drop this battery bank in the core and Albion logistics, done. Tactical assessment, kaput. Whatever operational algorithms they rely on, all gone. Get to it. Drop this battery bank in the core and Albion logistics, done. Tactical assessment, kaput. Whatever operational algorithms they rely on, all gone. Get to it. Goes Albion's Global Information Center. How about we let the people of Southwark know? I have an idea.
Yes! The whole borough saw that. Welcome to the Resistance Party.
Add this to everything else you've done in Southwark. The people are going to back you, DedSec. And so am I. You can call on me if you think I can be of help. Anytime. Cheers.
Don't lose our number. We might need you to rise to the occasion one day.
No need to get agitated.
That got the blood pumping.
The news that Albion's Global Operations Center is out of commission is bound to get people thinking that things are on the outs for Albion. You did well.
Cheers. Some art here would really stir some shit up. Oh, fuck yes! Done.
You're done so far as the Imperial War Museum's concerned, but a little less Albion propaganda in Lambeth will go a long way.
We've taken care of every Albion target we had in Lambeth. Brilliant. The people have had enough of Albion and are ready to show it. One brave soul has asked to meet to discuss how to rally the borough.
You're one of them DedSec types been giving Albion a pain, right? People in the borough have noticed. That's why I rang you. Figured you'd be interested in giving them one more good swift kick in the bollocks.
Go on.
Them Albion twats have turned one of the city's landmarks into a fucking propaganda machine, and it ain't sitting well with the natives. The eye, well, it's a symbol of London, innit? A symbol for the people. Public, accessible, in the heart of London. But Albion have stamped their mark on the bloody thing. The only thing we see when we look at it now is a symbol of our oppression. Shows it plain to the world too. Bloody drain on the people's morale. Nah, we can handle this. This ain't the first time we've cleaned up some Albion propaganda. You have to knock out some electronic security first. And for that, you'll need a little summit from one of them barges on the river. Which means clearing the defences on the barge first, of course. But that's a doddle for the likes of you, right?
All right, I'll give it a go.
Fucking arsehole! Open your eyes.
Well, this is exciting. The console on this barge is a control hub for prototype counter-terrorism drones. You can use one to destroy electronic security measures on the wheel.
Is mandatory. Disobedience will be met. Investigating disturbance. All suspicious person. Investigation underway. Violence against Albion drones is a criminal offence.
These are the only prototype CT drones I've seen, so have fun with these while they last. And I can't imagine Albion will just let you fuck about with their most expensive toys, so be ready for some kind of response.
You're putting on quite a show. Look at them sparks fly. That's as good as Guy Fawkes night, that is.
Destroy the remaining electronic security stations and you'll be able to scrap this propaganda.
Of them. You just need to complete a data transfer. Upload a more positive message for the people.
Drones are on their way to the suspect.
Now that's a beautiful sight. Think I'm getting teary-eyed over here, seeing the wheel the way it should be. I won't be the only one either. It might be a bit corny, but it is a part of London, innit? We ain't gonna stand by and let Albion just snatch a piece of our skyline. You just said a mouthful, and I doubt the borough would have woke up without you giving us the kick up the arse we needed. Thanks, DedSec.
This is going to ignite the people's hopes in Lambeth, team. Albion's going to find it impossible to keep this borough under control. That's a feather in our cap.
Being DedSec's worth the bruises, and we need more folks not afraid of getting them.
I must say, I'm rather looking forward to the experience. Let's go hunt some baddies.
Brilliant.
Do you have an emergency plan? Know what to do in the event of a terrorist attack?
VR anymore. It wasn't even 10 years ago that everyone was all about VR. It was the wave of the future.
No, thank you. It's unacceptable.
Are you doing your part to keep London safe?
Coming through!
Nobody's hurt. Taking deep breaths. Stay calm.
I'm here. What's the plan?
We're here to find some documents we're calling the Malik dossier. Basically, it's the paper trail that proves Malik was behind the Canada House bombings. Problem is, these documents won't be on one computer. They'll be on dozens, scattered across the country.
So what's the plan?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Let's have Malik take it.
CERS uses a supercomputer called Filament to process information drawn from the CTOS network. It's like Noodle, if you could use it to search every document on every civilian, government, or commercial device everywhere in the United Kingdom, instantly.
Nicely done, sweetie.
Break in and connect Bagley to a Filament administrative terminal. He'll do the rest.
As usual.
Come on, we don't need this right now.
Give me a break.
I can't handle this.
Shit, sucker.
Let's end this.
In order to access the Filament admin terminal from your optic interface, you'll have to align the SIRS satellite network with my packet stream from Boom Tower. Well done. Now I should be able to stream myself into SIRS's nasty little Snoop computer, head to the basement and hack the Filament admin terminal. There's an intruder in the building security systems. Sorry, channel is being hacked.
I've taken control of building security. But I'd prefer to end this bloodlessly, if you're willing to listen to reason.
Don't fucking listen. Zero Day took over Parliament.
That central server is Filament's admin terminal. Connect me to it to gain access. Well, shit, we've been locked out. Oh, and it seems Malik deployed the microwave drones.
Sorry, what?
Microwave drones, one of Filament's novel intrusion countermeasures. They use little microwave cannons to selectively destroy compromised hardware, sort of like chemotherapy for computers. The server room automatically seals itself while they're deployed.
Suggestions?
Try hijacking one of the microwave drones and use it to shoot the other ones down.
Get an APW out. The suspect is fled.
Standard quadrant search. I have this one.
Stop! Shit, they'll get away!
Drones down, server room unlocked. And buggery fuck, Malik has locked me out. He must have a hardline to the server.
Suggestions?
A full power cycle will reset his connection and give us enough time to complete the intrusion. But Filament uses 3 quantum processors with independent power. We'll have to reboot each individually.
So we're unplugging it and then plugging it back in again?
Close enough. something about this drone. It can't seem to take a fucking hint. Fuck off, you stupid drone. This isn't a picnic and I haven't got any jam. Would you look at this? A chain of custody documents for 40 kilos of Semtex. It ricochets through a dozen shell companies, but ultimately ends up registered to an address in Southall. And would you guess who lived across the street from it for 30 years? Victoria and Imran Malik, parents to one Richard.
That doesn't prove a thing.
Well, this one is heartwarming and incriminating. It seems that the areas of Canada House immediately around the bombs were evacuated in an unscheduled drill. I have an email chain here between the facilities director and an anonymous SIRS account. Funny that didn't make the news.
You think it's incriminating that I tried to minimize the loss of life? Come on, that's so spinnable, I'm motion sick.
Look at this. It's an unredacted mission report for 2 SIRS agents instructed to plant explosives as part of a training exercise. And it's signed and dated by the Home Secretary himself.
Seems it's a bad day to be the secretary.
Exciting! Did you know that the head of security for Canada House had a daughter stuck in a Cairo jail? And that she was pardoned the week before the explosion? Why, he would certainly owe a very, very big favour to the SRS officer who pressured the Egyptians, wouldn't he?
I suppose he would.
Seems that Malik's given up having the microwave drones destroy compromised hardware. Now he's got them targeting you. The effect will be about the same, though. What do we have here? Straight from your own laptop, Malik. Case files on all these little side-ops you've been running. Honestly, you might as well have titled this Evil Bomb Conspiracy, Doc.
That's enough. You can't do this. You mustn't do this. I won't allow it.
Independent power has been rebooted. Return to the central core to complete the cycle.
Well done, Bagley. Now let's get this scheming little bastard.
With pleasure. Fully integrated with Filament, and it seems Malik didn't quite have time to cover his tracks. I believe I can trace his position.
Do it.
All right, let's find you. Too old, too young, too ugly, too female. Ah, there he is. Hello, Malik. You've been disconnected. Is it just me, or does he look constipated? Right, wouldn't be a briefcase wanker without his briefcase. Oh look, seems someone's locked the door on him. Don't worry, there's no way that's going to... Oh no, it worked.
Oi, what the hell, mate?
Well, that's a wrinkle, isn't it? Is he seriously going to try to get away in a car? A car connected to the city-spanning network of automated surveillance devices? That I control.
Auto drive now enabled.
Fuck! Hello again. You know, for all your scheming, you don't exactly think quickly under pressure.
What now?
I sent the Malik dossier to every media outlet from the GBB to the Aberystwyth Sheep Farmers Gazette. It may take some time to sort through, but it ought to clear DedSec's name. At least for this particular thing.
And Malik?
Made the mistake of getting into a self-driving car that owed me a favor. It's taking him to a secure location.
Why aren't we just driving that car right into the Thames?
Believe me, I'd love to, but he might be part of Zero Day. I just don't know how this all fits together, but we need to find out.
You hear that, Malik? You're going to help us for real this time.
Bloody hell, you insane robot! Slow down!
Malik has been secured at the safe house.
All right. Now that we have him, we should talk to him. Find out what he knows about Zero Day. Just don't get too close to him, all right? As long as he's alive, he's a threat.
Hey, look, they're talking about our friend Malik on the GBB.
Let's see it.
Other documents in the Malik dossier, which were released by the organization known as DedSec. Officially, SIRS disputes the veracity of the documents, though sources within the organization claim that Richard Malik himself has fled the country following what one described as an unprecedented and humiliating data breach. As more of the dossier is independently verified, counter-terror experts speculate that the bombings earlier this year may have also been misattributed to DedSec.
Come on, man.
Get this off me!
Wait, I've got your back. Let's keep looking.
Cease and desist. Really? What?
Over there. Get on.
This wall's a bit drab, isn't it? Looks much better, I'd say.
I can't believe Albion had the brass to spatter their propaganda all over Buckingham Palace. When this is all over, maybe there'll be a knighthood in it for me. Sir Bagley has a ring, doesn't it? Feel free to use it any time. Is it the dance you enjoy, or is that just something to do with your hands while you get shit-faced?
Is everything all... Honestly, it's been a bit heavy lately. I think some people on the team didn't realize how truly dangerous this would be.
What do you want me to say? We all knew the risks when we joined.
It's way different when you actually start living it out, though. I hope we're doing the right thing, and our efforts aren't for nothing.
Just stay the course, all right? That's all we can do now, anyway. How are you?
I'm fucking messed up, honestly.
What's wrong?
We're just getting fucked. There's no end to this. Our enemies are countless and we just keep losing numbers.
If we give up, they win. That's all there is to it. We just have to keep fighting.
Yeah, I know. We're still making progress. I won't quit yet.
All right. This is a bad one. Someone in 404 sent me a text file. DedSec's international safe houses have been compromised. Does the name Heath Bolton mean anything to you?
No.
Didn't think so. Bolton was a small-time player with DedSec Houston until he ratted out the whole cell and fled the country. Now he's in London, and he's willing to sell all of DedSec's secrets to the highest bidder.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Being associated with DedSec's been good for my brand, and I don't want that getting fucked. I'll send you this text file. The rest is up to you.
The American State Department keeps tabs on all their citizens abroad. If you want to find Heath Bolton, hack the CTOS hub at the American Embassy, and I can use their records to track him down.
Thank you, sweetie.
We're recruiting cops now? Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, aren't we usually on the other side?
Oh, stop your mewling. Inspector Lau is hardly a typical cop.
All cops are the same. Don't be fooled.
Look, it's not like she's with Albion, is it? Give her a chance. She might surprise you.
Fine. But the first sign of a double cross from her, I'm out.
How are you?
Shit's not good. DedSec Toronto is gone.
What do you mean, gone?
Offline, captured, locked up, gone. Bleeding Mounties blame them for the embassy bombing.
Bloody hell.
DedSec Toronto was just the beginning. We need to get Malik, and fast.
Coming up today on The Upload, we're talking about Skye Larson, the enigmatic founder of Broker Tech. Everyone knows her name, but no one knows too much about her. And we only really see her these days as a hologram. She was pretty young when she launched Broker Tech, the company that is best known for introducing Bagley to the world. Nowadays, it's hard to remember a world before Bagley.
And I think that what Skye Larson's done with Bagley is absolutely incredible. Bagley is the most advanced, significant AI of our time, and it's really blown all the other AIs that were created out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine the optic without it. But what do you know about Skye Larson herself?
Not a lot, other than that she's actually pretty incredible. I've followed her work for a long time, and she's always been a pretty private person. I know that she supposedly grew up in the countryside, but there isn't actually that much more we know about her other than this tech that she's put out into the world.
I've always found it a bit creepy that she's so obsessed with this idea of transhumanism.
Why wouldn't you be? When you've got a mind as amazing as Skye's, why wouldn't you want to take what you've got and actually augment it by working with technology, by improving your physical self, changing your body and the world around you, implementing more technology to extend your life and really sort of extend human capabilities?
You sound pretty much in love with Skye Larson, I have to say.
I can't comment on that, but I am a big fan of her work. She's been one of these people that has transformed the world around us, and just watching how her mind works from afar is pretty incredible, because some of what the technology she's introduced has changed how we all live our lives, and Bagley has been this really incredible assistance to humanity as a whole. Did I ever tell you that I actually interviewed Skye Larson once?
Really? I thought she never spoke to the media or anything.
So this was a long time ago, back in the day when she was a little bit more accessible. And she was one of these people that just had an amazing presence. You were inspired by her very being, and she was just incredibly talented and knowledgeable, and one of possibly the best living people that I've ever met.
I'm not sure you're being too objective there. I mean, I imagine she's not very likable as a person.
She obviously despises humanity in some ways. I think she believes that becoming Data is preferable to being human. She's one of these people who's extremely methodical in everything that she does, and she does everything to perfection and really tries to change the world around her and make it a better place for us to live in.
If you say so.
All right, Richard. We know you were behind the High Commission bombing, and we know you were involved with the earlier bombings as well. Time to talk.
The earlier bombings? What are you... Oh, God, I've been captured by morons. I didn't do those bombings. I tried to stop those bombings. I am a patriot, and they called me a crank. Even Emma. But that's when I knew that intelligence wasn't enough. To save the Empire, I would need power. And fast.
But you knew about Zero Day when you approached us.
I'm a spy. So yes, I knew a few details about the biggest terrorist attack in recent memory. Truth to tell, I really did think Zero Day was you. That's just Occam's razor. But if you insist on a conspiracy, Albion stood the most to gain. Have you really not thought of this?
Honestly, it doesn't matter. We're going to learn the truth, and until we do, you're not going anywhere.
Oh, I doubt I'll be here long. These walls will fall along with all of you soon enough. This radical cooperative you created is doomed to fail, like they all are. I've seen it a dozen times in a dozen places. You will tear yourselves apart. You won't even need Zero Day or Albion or whoever. A single unified ideology, a single strong leader. These have been the characteristics of power for all of human history. Democracy and pluralism were anomalies, blips on the timeline. That's what you are. DedSec, a footnote in the history of the Empire. But now the page is turning, and you are not ready for what happens next.
day. How are you? I'm still trying to make sense of Sky's little experiments. How can you just butcher someone and sell off their mind? Your own mother, of all people. You know what creeps me out the most? It's the fact that they're still conscious. Every AI the woman ever made is a thinking thing that used to be a person. Like murdered ghosts in hell. Well, that's profoundly unsettling, right? If that ever happens to me, one of you better damn well wipe my hard drive.
What's good? Chief, I'm sorry for not being there IRL, but there's no way I'm coming out of my hidey hole. But I'll keep an encrypted connection open to your safe house. I was having a chat with your mate, Richard Malik. Just a former SIRS agent and a former Albion drone talking shop. Anyway, he pointed me to this audio recording. You should give it a listen. Could be something big.
Let's hear it.
And when you got a moment, give Malik a smack across the chops for me, will you?
What the hell do you mean there's no open investigation? Are you the police or not?
We are. And I mean it exactly the way it sounds.
My friend was a journalist. She was working on a story about SIRS kidnapping people off the street, and then she goes missing. You don't find that the slightest bit suspicious?
Look, the decision not to investigate happened way over my pay grade. Do you understand? Way over.
You're fucking in on it. Jesus Christ!
I'm hanging up.
And I'm recording this.
The journalist mentioned in that call seems to have run afoul of SIRS. And seeing as they've taken 1984 less as a dire warning and more as an instruction book, she may be in trouble.
She needs our help.
Totally. Let's do it. I've marked her last known location on your map. You should hurry, though. It was dated recently enough that SIRS might not have caught up with her yet.
Don't mind if I do.
I'm not gonna let my blood boil over this situation.
No need for that.
For a date. I go to the bar and it's cool, man. It's so nice. Drinking a martini.
I just can't handle this right now. Drown.
Right.
If you are approached by an Albion guard,
Fuck off.
Please give it. Albion Services. I'm here to keep you safe.
Yeah, no, I told you that. Yeah. Oh my god, I know. No, so you just...
No, what?
Yeah, so that's exactly what I said.
My bloody ears!
Seriously, what is wrong with something?
Move along, move along.
Best not get involved with these wankers.
I'll put you in your goddamn place.
God damn it! No!
Degenerates!
Hey, man needs help here!
Control to all units. Possible hostiles near your location. Investigate him. Stand by.
Suspect is unsighted. Unsighted. Sweeping area.
That's it. I'm calling off the pursuit.
This is the American Embassy. Hack the server and we should be able to find where Heath Bolton is. That's a turn-up. The Americans don't know where Bolton is either. They're trying to find him too.
Sorry, what?
I need some time to find more information, but due to the investigation, the State Department had special monitoring set up on Bolton's file. Long story short, you have an Albion response team incoming.
Bloody hell.
Just stay there, don't die, and I'll find us a lead. Download complete. Now scarf her or they'll kill you for sure.
Just give up, will you?
I thought I had him.
Big shot out here!
Reported in your area, potentially armed and hostile.
Received. Moving to intercept.
There's our target. Over.
Control, we are unsighted of suspects. Over.
I didn't mean to. Sorry.
A bystander has been hit.
According to the American investigators, Heath Bolton arrived in London at St Pancras Station, as so many do, but then he vanished, which is also becoming increasingly popular.
That could be useful.
Understood. Pushing you the coordinates now. You've arrived at St Pancras Station. This is where Heath Bolton went missing, along with a load of data on DedSec's international safe houses.
Thank you, sweetie.
Someone going missing here screams Albion in a very obnoxiously sarcastic voice. Try looking in all the secure areas, control rooms, evidence lockers, jock straps, whatever they have, really.
So, I've found Bolton.
Well, that's one mystery solved. Keep looking for evidence of what happened to him. We still need to track down the data he stole on DedSec safe houses.
Fucking God! Shit! Look, I'm not DedSec. I fucking swear. I never was. I'm a hacker. I steal data and I sell it. That's it. Signing up was just the easiest way to...
You must think I'm a moron, Mr. Bolton. You, a self-professed hacker, expect me to connect your physical device to my state-of-the-art supercomputer?
You think... is that what this is? No, it's not a rubber ducky. I swear to Christ.
But I've no way of knowing that, do I? So I have another proposal. Simply, tell me where DedSec safe houses are. If the information's good, then Mr. Falstaff will stop doing this. Shit. Is he...
Oh, fuck me. I'll go see if one of the mercs has a defib kit.
No, don't. We have to kill him anyway, and if more people know, well, that makes it...
Right. So... what?
Official story is he just vanished. Plausible, considering his known terrorist connections. If the Yanks buy it, then we come back and collect these drives. See if there's anything to his story.
Bags, what the hell is this?
This is an audio log of the service's interrogation of Heath Bolton. To summarise, they didn't believe he was as ex-DedSec as he claimed to be.
Say again?
Listen for yourself if you like. The important thing is he was keeping his information on DedSec safe houses on physical media, like a complete blank. The devices will still be around the station, aching to be destroyed.
Investigate.
Okay, this might be somewhat harder than anticipated.
Data's destroyed. Now SIRS got nothing out of Heath Bolton but an earful of whining and an unmopped floor.
Thank you, sweetie.
Right, question. Any plans for that torture recording you found? If not, can I have it?
Fine. Why?
I know a few tabloids that'll pay well for it. Cut you in, of course.
If that story got out, it would be very embarrassing for SIRS.
Very good.
Dead good. Tar DedSec. And well done.
This is where that journalist mysteriously vanished while she was looking into SIRS mysteriously vanishing people.
I wager we'll find what we're looking for there.
I thought we might be able to get ahead of those Stasi wannabes at SIRS, but I'm seeing signs of a struggle. I've tagged a few pieces of evidence, but I can analyze more closely if you get me some high-resolution stills. This is where that journalist mysteriously vanished while she was looking into SIRS mysteriously vanishing people.
We should check it out. Might find something useful.
I thought we might be able to get ahead of those Stasi wannabes at SIRS, but I'm seeing signs of a struggle. I've tagged a few pieces of evidence, but I can analyze more closely if you get me some high-resolution stills. Tyre tracks, left relatively recently. 24.9-inch diameter. Common size for a large chassis vehicle like a truck or a van. A notepad file is open. Looks like a journalist's. I've added a transcript to your data drive. We know she was here at least.
Right, thanks. Someone spray-painted the security cameras. Damn. What now?
Oh, calm down. Did you think I had you take all those photos for my invite feed? If you find the CTOS hub, I can cross-reference the stills you took with the security feed and isolate the moments before the journalist was taken. It may contain a clue.
Acknowledged.
Fire!
Found it. Here is the image just as the camera was blacked out. Notice the van in the background. The partial license plate number indicates this is a government vehicle.
Interesting.
This confirms the journalist was most likely abducted by SIRS. You know who might know where an SIRS operative would take a questionably legally detained journalist? Another SIRS operative. I've got Malik on the line.
Can we trust him?
Do you have to? I suppose I might have an agenda. Then again, I might just be bored.
Yes. And?
Look closely at the paint in the security still. It's not commercial. That's Kark paint. Chemical resistant. Military. Do you remember earlier when you saved me from Albion?
Fuck you.
Oh, come on, that was fun. Anyway, I didn't want the day to be a waste, so I installed a worm in their comms equipment that fed me, among other things, data on their supply requisitions. I just gave Bagley access to it.
Looks like Albion just ordered a crate of Kark paint in that colour to the Albion Internment Centre. Pushing the coordinates now.
A curious story out of America today as audio surfaced in which SIRS officers allegedly torture an American hacker traveling abroad to death. The Home Office has dismissed the audio as a fabrication, quote, cooked up by American radicals or Russian trolls, take your pick, end quote.
This is the Albion Internment Centre. That journalist who was investigating the SIRS illegal kidnapping program should be inside.
Just that easy.
We are keeping you safe.
get her out. I don't see anyone following you.
Thanks for saving my life and everything, but we need to keep this short. I need to get the fuck out of the country, like, now.
Well, I'm with DedSec. How can we help?
All right, maybe you'll have more luck than me. See, Sir's found a legal loophole that lets them pick you up for anything. If your barber's banker opened an account for one of the Tone bombers, then they can arrest you. No warrant. And the Snoopers Charter makes it legal.
How can they do that?
Ever since London got on CTOS, Sirs has full access to every email, every phone call, every CCTV stream, everything. When you give over that much information to the government, the question isn't how could they do it, it's how could they not?
SIRS is a disgrace to public service. Here, this is an address. Someone will meet you later with a clean passport. Should help you get out of their grasp for a while.
Once the journalist makes it to safety, I'll make DedSec resources available to her so she can finish her story.
Sounds good, Bagley.
I've been monitoring the drone network. Mary Kelly has finally sent out the invitations to her slave market sale.
DedSec, it's Caitlin Lau. This is your specialty. Hack one of those drones and get the location where she's selling those poor microchipped people. Let's put an end to this.
Well, that was simple, even for you. Give me a moment to decipher the security codes.
So, Bagley, what do you have?
Mary Kelly is holding her sale at Hackney Baths. Opened in 1904, it was, as the name implies, a public sanitation facility. In today's more enlightened modern times, it's a slave trading market.
She mentioned foreign investors, so this is big. It means associates, clients, employees, anyone remotely involved in the organization. We're taking Mary Kelly down from within.
Inspector Lau wants to take her case against Mary Kelly to a contact in the Attorney General's office, which means gathering as much data as we can to make sure it has the leverage needed for them to prosecute.
The microchips are a huge part of this equation that we know almost nothing about. We need something tangible about these things. See if you can find anything. Blueprints, receipts, samples.
So, the plan is simple. Crash the Kellys' soiree, find out as much as you can, and, minor detail, try not to get killed.
Can't be too careful at the baths, team. Mary can kill all her captives with the push of a button. If we try to free them now, they're good as dead. She doesn't know we're on to her yet. That gives us the advantage.
What have I done? What now?
Don't just blunder in. Hack the building's CTOS hub and see what to expect once you're inside.
Not a bad idea.
You want a slap, huh?
kiss. No, what I mean... Right. Why, what?
Why are you acting like an asshole? What chicks?
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, fam. Yeah.
You got beef with me, huh?
You're in Clan Kelly land now.
I have system access.
Get all the names, places, dates, whatever information you can in there. We need to build this case. And find a way to free those people.
I'll see what I can find.
Aye, no one's here yet. Good thing, too. The champagne's late, and you know how these rich bastards like free blanc. We ain't up a team with it. Yeah, products primed and ready for sale, no worries. Nah, she ain't. Not for this lot, at least, which is fine with me. She's the boss and all, but, exactly. Always on eggshells when she's around, you know. Bound to be bloody, too. Later.
Not what I expected.
Yes, it's a sort of lowbrow chic thing happening. I'm enjoying myself, but I feel I'll need a shower once we're done.
Have you had a look at the inventory? They're offering a surprisingly wide selection.
My employer had access to a pre-auction list. Our selections have already been made. Take delivery.
Come on, look at the camera. Straight. Right, that's good. Stand up now. And slowly turn around.
I don't want to do this. Please.
Get your fucking ass up. Fucking miserable. There's no way this bastard will sell. The buyers expect high quality stuff.
All right then, get him downstairs. We'll update the catalogue and put his stats online.
No, I'm sorry. I'll do what you say. Don't take me there, no!
Shut the fuck up!
Damn. What the fuck?
Let's have a look.
Chances are good the basement will be locked. Chances are equally good that one of these knobheads left their access code laying around somewhere. Thanks for the cellar key, knobhead.
Fucking excellent.
That's not what I'm on about.
Look around! Keep your guard up!
Show yourself!
here, checking in on the area. Stop these games! Shit!
Cannot get over the animalistic filth happening around me. Drink up, you evil swine. Your day of reckoning is coming.
Keep your head. If we try anything before disabling the microchips, Mary Kelly is liable to purge her inventory.
And decades with a new heart. Kidneys, lungs, cornea. The Golden Goose offers a full range of merchandise sourced pre-mortem.
So this is the Golden Goose. A dark web marketplace for drugs, human trafficking, slaves, organs, weapons, the lot. We could take down the worst of the worst right here, right now.
I suggest washing your hands after this. Well, here's something interesting.
Miss Kelly, why is our explosive shipment delayed? You've received the crypto.
Every penny, love. Must admit, I thought you were some trolls chatting shit in Mum's basement.
And what do you think now?
I think you're well funded. And my organisation could be implicated in something quite ghastly. I think the price just doubled.
True to your reputation. But we can offer you something more valuable than money.
What's that then?
Power. We can make you the Queen of London.
Queen, eh? A queen is sovereign, autonomous.
Unchecked. Release our shipment, and London will be yours to rule.
Oh, I know a good deal when I hear one. Fireworks are on their way. Careful you don't burn yourselves now.
This is the nail in her coffin. Mary Kelly supplied the explosives for the bombings. Add that to the slaves and the organ market, she is done.
That's an interesting turn of events. So Mary isn't Zero Day, but she's involved. I have to admit, Zero Day's plan to cover their tracks was clever, and it worked. Even I didn't suspect this, and I suspect a lot of things.
Let's not lose sight of what we're doing here. We need everything on the Golden Goose for Caitlin's case. Bagley, were you able to recover any data?
This is a simple market site. I've recovered inventory lists, but not much that will help Inspector Lau's case.
Bax, we need to find the website servers. We can siphon the information Caitlin needs and shut this down before it goes fully online.
I'd love to, but the servers are rudely jumping all over the world. They're probably using a shuttle protocol and some kind of mixnet. I can work it out, obviously, but it will take me a few days.
The host upstairs seems to be running the show. Let's see what he knows about the servers.
Good instinct. I've got coordinates for the Golden Goose servers, and as a bonus, the microchip control relay. Both are at Neogate.
Wow, look at you.
DedSec, we need that server data. Once we have it, I'll take it to the Attorney General's office. Mary Kelly is going down for all of this.
We will shut down those servers along with the microchip relay. Everyone who's been implanted needs to be freed.
Next stop, Neogate. It seems Mary hid the Golden Goose servers in the heart of a cybersecurity software company. I don't condone her actions, but I must applaud the method.
Someone's tampering with this. Find them.
Let's... Based on their social media rantings, our prospects won't respect anyone who can't beat them in a game of darts, which I suppose is perfectly doable, even if it is a bit low stakes.
Oh yeah, you're just right. Imagine how you look right.
They're helping people, exposing corruption, saving lives. I mean, it's unacceptable. We need change. Flashy masks and spray paint or what get that done. So be it.
What is going on?
You're not stupid. You find it predictable. They said I'm not overly static characters. Of course one of them will die in the inevitable accident. I mean, we're on the edge of totalitarianism already. Every time.
Come on, let's play.
Television programs can be fighting for everyone's future. Even when they're attacking, don't acknowledge and applaud the innate character.
Whatever. See if I care. I refuse to put up with this.
No, I'm not like myself. Of course, I'm myself.
They'll see what I'm
myself. Even among the arrogant, nihilistic, narcissistic form, I am myself. And you just know it's all ourselves. Yes, I'm and alcoholic would work out me on air. That's kind of ridiculous. Alcoholic, so they set up two overly extravagant characters in the game. Of course, they're not going to die in the inevitable act. Whatever you perceive. Quarter is over. And I see every time. That's not a boast, it's a fact. Every story television programs can know all right. Perform good. Even when they're attempting to stay in facts and figures are trivial. Humans are self-conscious. Not massively. They want to know, will this make my life easier? Or will it make me sure enough to address the jokes on me? Importantly, will it make me that's all. Climate change. We've only been debating that for a few decades. Do you know how long it took for people to be washing their hands?
I just can't handle this right now.
100 years. Germ theory was introduced in the 1550s, and the doctor who created it, of course, and myself, I've always been myself, I've never seen them amongst Africans and I wash their hands. I am myself, and I'm desperately for you. She just bloody this.
Listen to me. Calm down.
See? But I am a high-functioning obstinate alcoholic, so
whatever. See if I care. Usually I never lose my head like
whatever you perceive me once this quarter. 2 episodes. So I could do it. Don't know how you stand. You're not stupid. Don't you find it predictable?
It's unacceptable.
They set up two overly ecstatic characters in the game, but of course we're going to die in the inevitable accident. And I say that.
Win some, lose some.
Even when they're attempting to they'll see what I'm doing. And alcoholic would work out the day. But I am a high-functioning alcoholic, so maybe
no offense. No,
enough to enjoy the situation. Whatever you
God, bastard! Another game for the really tough. Beautiful thing.
Facts and figures are trivial. Humans are self-conscious, not factual.
Oh well, better luck next time. Let's wait around and see if this competitor shows up. A potential recruit's competitor is nearby. You could sabotage them by hacking their work emails.
This is London Bridge. You're listening to me, Cat, and Buckingham. Your source for what they say.
Yeah, okay.
I've unlocked full access to the competitors' work emails. I bet our prospect will be happy to get their hands on that. Speaking of which, I have some exciting news about the woman you just helped.
Buckingham. Your source for what they don't want to know.
What's up with her, Bagley?
Albion's been following her around like an amorous teenager who thinks that persistence is a replacement for personality. They're raiding all the locations in her recent GPS history.
All right, I'll bite. Could be the start of something good.
Got it. I've tracked down an officer who was at the most recent raid. You can scrape their optic for intel.
So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information.
I'm here.
That brilliant Albion goon left their optic on passive listening mode. Must have skipped counter-surveillance day in fascist school. They might have recorded something about our prospect.
I better get to work then.
That's her.
Never seen you before? Are you new? You are standing.
Well done. Now get out of there so we can take a look at what you've got.
I'm taking you down.
Just as I thought. Take a listen to this.
You find the drugs cache?
It was right where you said. Aren't we lucky?
Told you not to worry. We've got that acid over a barrel. The goods will always be where they need to be.
That's a piss-poor attempt at coded language, isn't it? It seems I was wrong. The woman we're after isn't being hunted by Albion. She's planting evidence for them.
I'll go have a word with her. Bagley, broker a meeting.
I found a potential recruit for you. Drop in a pin on your map.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and taught.
Yeah. What you want?
Are you really planting evidence for Albion? Because if you are, I got your name spelled out on my knuckles.
The thing is, I'm not acting of my own free will. Albion's got dirt upon me. I don't do their shady work, I'm done.
So what if someone made that dirt disappear?
Right. Someone's gonna bust into Albion and wipe all their data. If someone did that for me, well, I'd owe them my life. But that's just dreaming.
Let's give her a hand. She'd be a good recruit.
Albion stores sensitive data like this on air-gapped servers, so zeroing those hard drives will solve her problem and put an end to this whole evidence planting scheme.
Okay, excellent. Send me the coordinates.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible, and because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that that kind of environment favors sensationalism.
Shit. Sorry about that.
Got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not.
Albion has security locked down, but you could bet it's got more holes in it than Julius Caesar. Hack the server to access the blackmail material they have on our friend. You can access the blackmail material Albion has on our friend from this server. They've noticed you. Security's on their way. Erase complete. I'll get our friend on the line while you get to safety.
Quiet, that's not good. Bagley.
Operative KIA. Apologies. Ooh, that is some juicy blackmail. Crystal clear CCTV footage of a betting shop robbery. And there's our target holding the gun. Well, it's all wiped now. Albion will have to find someone else to plant their false evidence.
Nice, Bags. Let's give her the good news, yeah? DedSec here. We got rid of all the evidence Albion had on you. You're free and clear.
So, you saw what I did. Not my proudest moment, but I needed a piece. I'd pay it back and pay DedSec if I could. You know, fix up my karma.
I know this is going to sound crazy and all, but I think you fit right in with DedSec. Yeah?
Count me in.
Right, let's spread out and look. Drone, begin search.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from the corporate backing and private...
You can get someone out of jail from here. That would certainly please our prospects.
Now, is there anything else we can do?
Teams at South Bank. Requesting soccer to scene. Contact CCIR.
Prisoner released. I'll make sure they know who to thank.
Fuck me. How'd you normally deal with that, dead sec?
Lewis to Office 3. Repeat. Captain Lewis.
Now that you've helped them, they might be willing to talk to us.
Yep. Gonna have nightmares tonight.
This is not.
Authoritarian politicians everywhere.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised it.
Hey,
Leave us alone.
Entirely understand.
Bella, not today.
Yep.
Swine.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
Ugh.
No, listen.
City's gone to pot, hasn't it? Interested in maybe changing things for the better?
Wait, are you his DedSec? Wait, no, hang on. How do I know you're not an alien in human form?
Huh?
Come off it. You know that you know exactly what's going on here. Aliens in human form have taken over London, and together we can finally expose them. Look, the invaders have strongholds and personnel, I use that word loosely, all over the city. You want to prove your humanity? Then sabotage them. Then maybe I'll be able to trust you.
All right, I'll give it my best. Okay, wow. Was any of that even remotely accurate?
Oh no, she's off her fucking lid for sure. Allegedly, her shadowy cabal is headquartered at a nearby Albion field office. Might be worth investigating regardless.
Sure. Let's go see what's behind the curtain.
Well, when the taxi drops you a mile from the hotel, and you've got to leg it... Go ahead.
Auto drive now enabled.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept people in and it kept them in the loop. So we ended up in a situation where nobody trusted anything and nobody believed anything at all. And that is the perfect environment for an authoritarian voice to come in and say, no, wait, we are the truth. So the ground for this environment really got created when we had suddenly authoritarian politicians everywhere, and anything that threatened them or they disagreed with, they would call it disinformation. That's disinformation, that's fake news. And again, we got in a situation where nobody really believed anything. And the trouble is if you were telling the truth, it's very hard to get your message to cut through all of the noise of all of the disinformation that's there. So like, you know, you remember Out on the Edges, there was this story about when they would take a house by force, they would take any infants and they would crucify them. And that's a great, fantastic, viral story. And how do you counter that story? With the truth. The only way you can counter it is by saying, no, they didn't. And of course, no one wants to spread that story.
Auto drive now disabled.
No one wants to hear that story. They want to hear the sensationalism. They want to hear how people were victims of violence when in fact they weren't. Or they were victims of insurgent forces when in fact they weren't.
The news isn't neutral, it's a battleground. Here's media researcher and academic Alfie.
The media has, of course, been perhaps the key way in which governments have controlled and influenced their populations. So, totalitarian countries have typically used huge mainstream media outlets to sell one kind of news, one kind of biased news to its population. Of course, the media has always played this kind of key role in methods of state control. I think what's happening now is perhaps even more concerning, where you previously, in pre-crisis Britain, we had perhaps more diverse voices in the media, but now with the GBB, you're really only seeing one brand of news and therefore only getting one truth. So people end up with a very biased and controlled idea of the reality and the world that we're actually living in. There was, of course, many concerns and many problems, but in a way there were some positive things that, like, not all information was coming from one place.
Bagley, what have we got?
Some Albion guards posted here are selling pallets of high-tech weaponry to Clan Kelly at a healthy markup. I mean, sure, it's corrupt, but it hardly rises to the level of evil scheme.
Time for a bit of destruction.
There are the weapons.
That's just crass.
Excellent. You've dismantled a non-existent conspiracy. Shall we let our friend know what we found?
Nice tech, DedSec.
So, about that conspiracy, yeah? Turns out it was not one. Just a bunch of corrupt grifters fucking over the city.
I knew it. The aliens must have planted all those corrupt humans in order to distract us from their real activities. But we're onto them now, aren't we? Only a matter of time before we catch them.
I know this can sound crazy and all, but I think you fit right in with DedSec. Yeah?
Consider me in.
Welcome to DedSec. Bigger, stronger, badder than ever.
I must say, I'm rather looking forward to the experience. Let's go hunt some baddies.
Brilliant.
Jesus Christ, that thing's mental. I'm good. Oh, dear, mate. My problem.
Rubbish heap.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Cash, and Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcasting has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is shadowing its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own research. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasting built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulated techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling, or keep you listening, or keep you looking for more information. The second is that kind of...
Our potential recruit has been trying to take down a nearby Clan weapons dealer. You could hack their optic to download incriminating data on them. I've downloaded evidence of the illegal weapons sale. I'll send it along to our prospect and let them decide how to deal with it.
The ground for this environment really got created.
By the way, I have some exciting news about the woman you just helped.
What's up with her, Bagley?
Looks like she's a marked woman. Clan Kelly put a bounty on her head.
Why?
She's an uncommonly dangerous underground boxer. Apparently she once won a fight with a bag of cement, however you do that. And in a last match she took down a mob-backed favourite. Now they're sending out an enforcer to make sure she never wins again.
Well, that's hardly a fair fight, is it? Bags, give me a trace on that enforcer.
Already done.
To circulate fake news. Misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing is to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept...
The enforcer we're after is here, currently enforcing some poor bastard's head into the pavement. If you take them out, our boxer friend may live to fight another day. There's the target.
You'll get service one way or another.
Wait, is that?
Ready to help.
Stop it! I'll shoot you!
There, who says violence never solves anything? Now scarf her or they'll kill you for sure.
Looks like DedSec saved the day.
Don't break out the tiny party hats just yet. We might have bought our boxers some time, but once Clan Kelly finds out what happened, they'll almost certainly want revenge. Suggest you warn her.
On my way.
The GBB. As we... Pastor has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from his corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, GBB is a shadow witness for himself. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. and because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling, or keep you listening, or keep you looking for more information. The second is that that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept people in, and it kept them in the loop. So we ended up in a situation where nobody trusted anything, and nobody believed anything at all. And that is the perfect environment for an authoritarian voice to come in and say, no, wait, we are the truth. So the ground for this environment really got created when we had suddenly authoritarian politicians everywhere, and anything that threatened them or they disagreed with, they would call it disinformation. That's disinformation, that's fake news. And again, we got in a situation where nobody really believed anything. And the trouble is if you were telling the truth, it's very hard to get your message to cut through all of the noise of all of the disinformation that's there. So like, you know, you remember Out on the Edges, there was this story about when they would take a house by force,
Fucking hell.
they would take
Combat
any
joiners on
infants
me.
and they would crucify them. And that's a great, fantastic, viral story. And how do you counter that story? With the truth. The only way you can counter it is by saying, no, they didn't. And of course, no one wants to spread that story. No one wants to hear that story. They want
You might want to hurry. I'm detecting some Clan Kelly movement in the area.
But listen, hey, you're in trouble. Also, I'm here to help. Also, you're in trouble.
What do you mean?
Yeah, thing is, you're sort of pissed off Clan Kelly by winning that fight, and now they want to murder you. We did stop one of their murderers, but they kind of have more coming. So, yeah.
I'm not scared of them. I'll put them down too.
You got guts, that's clear. But they're out to do more than give you a beating. Understand? Better if you hunker down somewhere. We'll take care of this.
Right. Whoever you are, thank you. I'll owe you for this.
Enemies incoming. That does it. Get somewhere safe so we can contact our fighter.
You okay?
I'll be fine. But if the Kellys think I will take this lying down, I have news for them. I can fight dirty too.
I know this can sound crazy and all, but I think you fit right in with DedSec. Yeah?
Yes, I think we'll make a formidable team.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they... don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back... on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media...
You better back off!
You gonna keep faffing about, or what?
Your mother.
Best guess? That lap... laptop was stolen from Albion. Data on it outlines Albion plans to withhold much-needed supplies from this borough. If people are worried about where their next meal is coming from, they don't worry so much about eating the occasional Albion brand knuckle sandwich.
Shit.
That's it. All our Albion targets are accounted for in Tower Hamlets. Bloody brilliant job.
Brilliant.
It's had an impact, too. This bloke just contacted us about helping him convince the people of this borough to finally rise up. Go meet him.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial...
Nothing whatsoever amiss out here.
Unbelievable. Keep it up.
You alright?
Yo, Wagwan. You're dead tech, innit? Yeah, I can tell. You got that hard look, yeah? Big ups on booting Albion's arse all over the ends. Ah, big ups. Them Albion pagans are the reason a lot of these people are out here. Do you know what I mean? No jobs, no flat to live in. And worse, Albion's been hoarding supplies. Food, toilet paper, and whatever's meant for shelters and kitchens. They're getting fat off all that.
No worries, mate. We'll handle it. Know what they're stockpiling?
Ah, allow that, cuz. It's not what I'm on about. I need this for ourselves, you get me? Get our hands dirty. You showed us that. But I might need some help keeping the Albion mercs from bashing heads, you get me? A distraction like. Got some fast wheels you can use, you know. You blaze around the borough while we pull the job. You in?
Sounds fucking fun.
Get moving, you can't be here.
Right, cuz, we're in position. You primed? Kick it!
Fight the power! Albion mercs out of the hamlet!
Alright, better. Cause damage and get attention. Slow down and Albion will come after our asses, cuz. Do what you gotta do to get their attention.
Piece of cake.
Reported near your location.
Take back the borough! Tower Hamlet is yours, not theirs! Fight Albion to my last breath! We will never surrender!
Over.
Rise up against your oppressors! Albion breathe fear! Albion mercenaries off our streets!
Another lorry full. Keep going. We're gonna clean out this place.
Every Albion soldier in the borough is after you. Let's give them a show, shall we?
Albion has been hoarded, keeping supplies from those who need them.
vehicle.
Stand up with us! Don't bow down to Albion rule!
We are in pursuit. Stand by units. Report to my location. Over.
Driving into the vehicle, over. This is a call to rise up! United! Fight Albion aggression!
Almost got it all, cuz. Keep going. We're gonna give you and everyone else in the borough a show, trust me.
Mercenaries on our streets will not be tolerated! Rise up! Right! Go for it, Destiny!
That was intense.
Oh, that was brill. I don't even care if my wheels are trash. We got everything out of that warehouse, and the people know Albion was holding. This is gonna get everyone in the ends on board, you know.
Wicked, but they've got to do more than just be on board. People need to fight. Albion will piss off if this entire city gets together to kick their ass.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, cuz. Just don't lose my digits, all right? Cheers.
Tower Hamlets is ready to defy Albion, all because of what we've done. Got to be proud of that.
Fuck yeah.
CTOS activity is illegal and dangerous. Unauthorized programs leave you vulnerable to digital attacks and compromises security.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow conspiracy. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert side. We see three broadcasters lit up by journalists and torn down by demonstrators.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing is in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And what that meant was and in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulated techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep scrolling, keep listening, keep looking for more information. The second is that kind of environment favors safety. And so you got more sensational headlines, more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not, it would just kept people in, kept people loose. So we ended up in a situation where nobody trusted anything, and nobody believed anything at all. And that is the perfect environment for an authoritarian voice to come in and say, no way, real. The ground for this environment really got created when you had such authoritarian politicians everywhere. Anything that threatened them or they disagreed with, they would call it misinformation. That's disinformation, that's fake news. Again, we got in a situation where nobody really believed it. And the trouble is, if you were telling the truth, it's very hard to get your message to cut through all of the noise, all of the information that's there. So, like,
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former experience.
Yes.
Start something.
Fuck yes. Can I leave a DedSec was here tag?
What I mean... Right.
What do we have, Bags?
Schematics for an advanced drone system. Albion call it GOG-OS. Catchy. I'll study these and see if they haven't forgotten something. Some exploitable weakness. Never know when it might come in handy.
Good idea, actually.
The borough is ready to rise up. I dare say the jackboot's on the other foot.
Damn straight.
Needs one more push, and this may be it. Someone's made contact. Probably inspired by what we've done. Says he has information we'll be interested in. You should meet up.
All right, I'm going.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcasting has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of this former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice.
I'm still working up to it, honestly.
What do you want with me? I like this. See? Better if you could give me a call. Oh, yeah.
Word is you're looking for DedSec.
Too right. Chuffed at how you've been kicking Albion's ass all over the borough. And I got some information that could turn the tide. See, Albion runs this clinic called a realignment centre. Runs some dodgy experiments out of there.
What do you mean?
They mess with people's brains. Had a mate who'd take the piss out of Albion every chance he had. Came out of there a different bloke. Week later, he was dead. Killed himself.
That's awful. I'm sorry. But you're right. There's a 99% chance that something shady is going on at that clinic. It's run by Albion, after all.
Renewal therapy. Run the place out of the walkie-talkie. If you get word out of what's really going on in there, I know the people here would rise up against Albion.
This could be serious. We'll take care of it.
Done for now.
Out on the edge of a story about the
I've got no fucking patience.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. Through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its force. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong?
Here's a shocking turn. There are no public records for Albion's realignment centre. They're not just going to let you walk into their illegal brainwashing clinic. Hack a CTOS box and let's have a look inside.
I remember the last time I got locked up. Fucking hell, did I just wet myself?
What's this? Oh, I love this shit.
Arsehole. Fucking
That's just made my night.
I'll never know what. Don't care.
What was
Somebody needs to inform the police.
No. You're just being stupid.
No, that is interesting.
Shut your mouth. Get on with your life.
Dear God.
Yeah. Just take it easy.
What's this?
Done.
Brilliant. Let's see what's in this clinic. We need evidence of Albion's brainwashing experiments to expose to the people.
Let's take a look-see then.
Absolutely, but our best bet is to find some security footage. Expose that Albion have been brainwashing people in here.
Listen to this. Patients experience total loss of appetite and intense hallucinations, but conditioning has been successful with reapplication. So, this is an ongoing treatment. Who wants to sign up?
I will lead you all
Shit. That's realignment, all right. Conditioning people by using aversion therapy.
That kind of mucking around the old noggin can drive a bloke mad, like it did my mate.
Let's find the information we need and then a way to shut down this place.
Albion have been experimenting with behavior modification through electroshock, hypnosis, and drugs. A little more rigorous than a night out at the local. Keep looking. That's the footage. Ready to go?
I'm not leaving until I'm sure Albion can't do this to more people. We have to shut this down, Bagley.
Right. If you can get me past their firewall, I think we can put an end to renewal therapy in this borough of London. Now, how are you supposed to bypass this security network all the way out there? If only you could fly, like a bird. Oh, or like a drone. Hack a drone, Vicky.
Yep.
do it. My, they've really gone all out on this one, haven't they? Just get through that firewall and we can put this clinic out of business. Done. You should get out of there before anyone notices.
Beautiful. They'll have to shut down that clinic now. No one will have to go through what my mate did again. We're with you in this fight, DedSec. Albion are gonna get the short end around here from now on. Bugger me. We owe ya.
The good guys do it again.
I'd be well chuffed to spread the word about that. Thanks again.
And just like that, Albion has been eliminated from this borough. Well, maybe not totally, but at least you've shown everyone around here how to wipe up the filth. Well done.
What?
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is shadowing the state. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak in conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust.
Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about
Wonder what the story is here.
What's going on about the Earth is really you can believe it. I know, right?
Come on, pay attention.
To all units. Possible hostiles near your location. Received. Moving in hostiles' direction.
Negative. No visual of the suspect.
Terminating pursuit and coming back.
You're dead sick, aren't you? What? No, I'm just walking.
Look, come out to me face before me do you something.
What the hell is this, Bagley?
A data stick. Must have come from that wreckage. It has evidence that Albion are targeting grassroots groups in the borough, trying to keep them from organising. I'll hang on to this. Could come in handy.
We've done what we can to stop Albion's influence in Hackney and Islington, at least on our own.
So how do we handle this?
Well, I've heard from a grassroots activist in the borough who wants to meet. Says we inspired her to do her part, but now she could use some help.
Let's her and I have a chat.
Your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulated techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening, keep you looking for more information. The second
This is London Cool. You're listening to me, Cash, Bucket. Your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of
It is unlawful to congregate in groups larger than 3 persons.
So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented,
Word is you're looking for DedSec.
Oh, there you are, dear. It's just lovely what you've done for the neighbourhood. Those Albion thugs were becoming a bloody nuisance. Of course, now they've got their dam down. They're looking to strike back against the borough.
What do you mean?
A group of us have taken the initiative to help the community. And given the current environment, we've had to do it quietly, you understand? Under Albion noses.
And something tells me you weren't very lawful about it. That's a DedSec move. I like it.
Let's just say you inspired us and leave it at that. But now, I found out that Albion are planning a series of raids in Hackney. We can't survive that. Unless you help us. If you can intercept them before they strike, we'll have time to move our operation somewhere safer. I've got my hands on a little device that will allow you to zip around the borough quick as you please. Be a dear and handle this for me, would you?
Will do.
It's very hard to get your message to cut through all of the noise of all of the disinformation that's there. So, like, you know, you remember Out on the Edges. And that's a great, fantastic.
This is a security
story.
announcement.
How do you counter that
Citizens
story?
should
With the
avoid
truth. The
non-essential
only way you can
travel
counter
when
this by saying,
possible.
DedSec has some powerful enemies. That's a good sign.
Please, don't! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to!
Where are you taking him? Stop! Jonah!
Back off, you fucking cow!
No! Don't!
We saw you with those machines! Didn't crack shit and you hit jackpot each time? Think we're daft? You're fucking DedSec, aren't you?
DedSec? No! Right then, there's no time to chit-chat. Albion have synchronized their raid teams. I'll feed you the locations as I get them. You take them down. Well, go on, you're wasting time.
This drone has been modified, slightly faster with better armor, but its maximum altitude is restricted. Also, Albion is using CTOS to monitor the borough. They could shut it down if you fly too high. Time to buzz the streets.
That looks like a bloody good time. But don't dilly-dally. Off to the next one before they launch their raid.
Look sharp, you've got Albion drones heading your way.
Well done, but no time to waste. Head to the next location.
Awaiting area crime report.
Right then, there's no time to chit-chat. Albion have synchronized their raid teams. I'll feed you the locations as I get them. You take them down. Well, go on, you're wasting time.
This drone has been modified, slightly faster with better armor, but its maximum altitude is restricted. Also, Albion is using CTOS to monitor the borough. They could shut it down if you fly too high. Time to buzz the streets.
That looks like a bloody good time. But don't dilly-dally. Off to the next one before they launch their raid.
Look sharp, you've got Albion drones heading your way.
Well done, but no time to wait. Head to the next location.
Come in, dispatch. Drones are en route to suspect.
Excellent. You've got them scrambling. Here's the next one. Now hurry over there before they let loose. Yes, one more should do it. This is bloody brilliant. Now go on, hurry. Last of them. Well bloody done.
Okay, right, some think about it.
That was bloody brilliant. A raid like that would have broken our spirit, turned the borough into Albion bootlickers. You showed some grit there, love.
Yeah, you can cut the act now. I'm pretty sure you didn't need our help to handle this.
This old bird still has some pluck in her, and so does this neighborhood, thanks to you.
Happy to help. And I'm glad to know that there's still people out there with some fire in them.
Well said. Goodbye, dear, and stay in touch.
Think of all these drones flying around. They're like everywhere. Can't make it a bloody block.
Sounds like Hackney and Islington are ready to rise up and defy Albion. Couldn't ask for a better result, DedSec.
Hells yes!
Come on, you believe that? It's like walking around inside a microwave. I swear we're all just gonna drop dead one day.
You're fucking pathetic.
Yeah, well, it started with smartphones, didn't it?
Hope you're ready to teach the powers that be a lesson. Welcome to DedSec.
Wicked! Whatever London wants to throw at us, me ready.
Hells yes!
It's not like I'm being a hermit, innit? I'm communicating when I'm... How are you?
No moving during the
scan.
Get box shit, Steve.
Can't deal with this
Watch
right
out,
now.
damn mouth.
Think about what you're doing.
Authorities are here to protect you.
Your pirate podcast source for what they say. I'm Pat, and this time we're going to talk about our
Ready for business.
better known. Why not? They're going to be listening to me. They're listening to everything. But don't worry, we're not going to say anything bad about a massive, unaccountable spy organization who uses its powers to stifle dissent and shut down free speech. Instead, we're going to look at how SIRS became so powerful. And as usual, we'll keep everyone's names and locations secret, so SIRS doesn't come listening to them. Ian was a veteran political writer and podcaster back in the days of pre-crisis.
The world we're living in now, well, this is what fascism is. It is the complete and total control of the individual. The desire basically the individual. Nothing in your life matters. On an individual basis, you are now part of the whole, part of the nation. And the only meaning you will find in life is to become part of the nation. What is a nation? A nation doesn't mean anything, right? The nation is basically just being captured by the leader who takes over.
I'm just passing through. This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept people in, and it kept them in.
You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer. Your source. This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer. Your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that kind of environment favors sensation.
It's a criminal offence.
Please don't hurt me.
Yeah. Ah, you know it.
Hey, it's me. Yeah, I'm good.
Us, ignoramus, patrolling its domain. Over there.
Three.
What's wrong with it, bro?
easier than I thought.
You've done it. You've done it. All our Westminster targets have been accounted for. Albion's hurting and the people are coming out of their shells. I've even got a member of Parliament here contacting us.
Hold up, what?
Yeah, I thought it strange too. Says she has an idea how we might rally the people in the borough. You should meet her.
To think that Albion vandalized this advertising to try and control people's thoughts when this perfectly nice corporation paid good money to do that. Justice served, kind of.